Perdóname, estaba muy metido aquí. ¿Cómo te va? Bueno.
How do you do? Que dices, llévame allá, tú sabes a dónde. Ay, no.
Ten cuidado, no se caiga.
¿Cómo está, muchacho?
Muy bien. ¿Y
Ay,
usted?
no. Yes, Judge.
Qué bueno, gracias a Dios.
Good afternoon, board members, college staff, administration, visitors. The time is 6:03 PM on this, the 24th day of February, 2021, and I call this meeting of the College Board of Trustees to order. Mr. Delgado, can you say the prayer, and then Judge Martinez pledge of allegiance? Can you all stand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Loving and gracious God, you're indeed the giver of all good gifts. And we thank you today for all your blessings, for the successful outcomes of our college events, and for all of our faculty, our staff, and most importantly, our students. We ask that you bless them abundantly, and we continue to seek your wisdom, your guidance, your courage, and your strength. Be with us in our deliberations and help us to be wise in the decisions that we make for the good of all those who have placed their trust and most importantly, their confidence in our leadership. Please grant us the insight to lead with integrity, that our decisions may reflect for what is right and what is good. Keep us from short-sightedness and pettiness. Help us to make those decisions that are good for all those and guard us from blind self-interest. Dear Lord, grant us humility to always seek your will in all that we do and all that we say. And on a side note, we ask for your guidance and your protection for everything that's going on in the world today, especially for those in Ukraine and all over the United States. All glory be to you, loving God. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado, and thank you, Judge Martinez. May I have Mrs. Ramos, could you please call roll?
Yes, ma'am. Lupita Cepeda,
Present.
Jorge J.D. Delgado,
Present.
Jackie Levin Ramos present, Cynthia Mares. She's arriving,
She's running late.
yes. Mercurio Martinez Jr.,
Present.
Dr. Henry Carranza, Esteban Rangel,
Present.
Karina Elizondo, absent. Tita Cantuvela, absent at the moment. You have a quorum, ma'am?
Thank you. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I'm going to go to agenda number three, item number 3, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of January 27th.
I move formal approval, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Judge Martinez. I have a second by Mr. Rangel. Any discussion? None heard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item is public testimony. Do we have public testimony?
There's no one.
Okay, thank you. The next item is recognitions, communications, introductions of personnel, and new personnel actions for the month. The first item is 5A, Laredo College, Washington's Birthday Celebration Association Parade participation. Mr. Obed Guerrero.
Hi, good evening.
Let the record show that Ms. Karina Cari Elizondo is here.
Good evening, members of the board. Obed Guerrero for the record. Madam President, administration, and college family. I'm here to present a report on our participation in the WBCA Grand Parade. It was a beautiful experience. So I'm here just to share some of the pictures of our float and our students that participated during this great event. And as you can see on these pictures, they reflect happiness and satisfaction for participating in this great event. I saw Ms. Lupita Cepeda, we saw the beautiful horses there, and it was a great experience. But also I wanted to share with the board that I got to experience firsthand how our community really loves Laredo College and how our brand positioning is very, very strong. So I really want to give special thanks to everyone that made this possible, to Physical Plan, that helped us with the carpentry, Media Center, Mr. Inges and his team for assisting with the sound system. Of course, my team, the Community Relations Office, Continuing Ed for facilitating the flatbed, the tractor. Mr. Jose Gomez is a South Campus instructor. He also was a driver for the day of the parade. My friends at purchasing, my friends at accounting, and of course, Student Life for helping me out with the students. So thank you very much. And I have the next one.
Great job.
Thank you, thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Tijerina.
Dr. Tijerina, for the record, he also has 5B, so I'll just have him continue standing, but I'm very
Okay.
proud of the work that they did and the time it takes to do the float. So I do want to thank all the employees he has highlighted, and more so that the students had a lot of fun with the float.
Congratulations. Chair recognizes Judge Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to not only compliment, but to congratulate you because the 75th acknowledgement of this institution is really stands out and stood out, particularly more so in the manner in which you actually presented the 18-wheeler, so to speak. It was very, very impressive. And I'm sure that all of us were very proud to see what you and your volunteer group did. Frankly, it's an exceptional presentation. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of ourselves, members of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, ma'am. Great job, sir.
Great job. Thank you. And thank everybody, all the different departments and everybody that participated on this event. WBCA puts on a very nice parade. Of course, it was opened up by the Clydesdales. It really is beautiful when it starts. And everybody that participated in the parade was very, very nice. So thank you again.
That's right.
Yes, yes, it did. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The next item is 5B, which is the National Council for Marketing and Public Relations Paragon Awards nomination. Mr. Obed Guerrero.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cepeda. Once again, our team has been nominated for 2 national awards. In this occasion, we are nominating 2 categories: radio advertising and television advertising. Once again, this is a national competition. We have community colleges from all over the country, including Canada. So it's an actual international competition. And it's very hard to get nominated into this, especially for radio and television. And we are. So God willing, next month, I'll be traveling to Denver, Colorado to see if we win. So, but I'm confident that we'll bring this awards home. I'm confident that hopefully in April, I'll come with awards with my team and we'll show you this.
Go get it.
Go get them, because our commercials are really good in radio and television as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this concludes my
Wish you all good luck on it.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Anybody? Did you want? No. Okay, so the next, thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Next item is 5C, presentation given by dual enrollment at the Educate Texas Midwinter Conference. Dr. Fred Solis.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. Fred Solis, Vice President for Student Success and Enrollment, for the record. It gives me great pleasure to inform the board tonight that on February the 8th, our dual enrollment director, Mr. Albert Hernandez, alongside with a team from Lyndon Baines Johnson High School, made a presentation to over 70 higher education institution leaders from around the state, basically to share some of the best practices that the college utilizes in their early college program that we have with LBJ. The college was recognized for sharing its best practices with other higher education institutions and high schools from around the state. Both Laredo College and LBJ High School team were praised for their efforts using data analytics to keep up with student retention, persistence of early college high school students, and outcomes-based measures used and required by all early college high schools. The data analytics were generated in-house through a dual credit dashboard that was developed by the Office of Institutional Research and Planning under the direction of Ms. Maria Luisa Ramirez. The Dual Enrollment Office would like to thank the LBJ team for presenting alongside, and to the Institutional Research and Planning Office for providing the data that was used at this remarkable presentation. So I just wanted to make the board aware of this. Thank you.
Oh, congratulations. Keep up the good work. Any comments on that?
No, ma'am.
With that, I recognize Ms. Tita Cantuvela in attendance. Next item is 5D, Community College Association of Texas Trustees, CCATT, Legislative Committee roster, Dr. Marisela Rodriguez Tigrina.
Yes, Dr. Tijerina, interim president for the record. I wanted to outline that and recognize our very own Ms. Guadalupe Lupita Cepeda was appointed into the legislative committee. And so it's great to know that I believe only 12 community college trustees were appointed to this. So our very own will be part of this legislative committee. So I definitely wanted to publicly announce that because I know she's very shy about her credentials, but it's a good thing for Laredo College. And so we wish you, or we're very thankful that, you know, you were appointed to this committee.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go get them, girl.
We have a voice, so that's what I'm excited about, so. I will speak up for Laredo College, so thank you. The next item is 5E, Introduction of Personnel Actions, Dr. Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina.
Marisela Tijerina for the record. I believe Ms. Maria de Jesus Chapa is not here, but she's our new faculty secretary, Bachelor of Applied Science and Organizational Leadership. I believe Mr. Jorge Dimas is here, so I will ask him to stand up. He's our advising and transfer coordinator. Ms. Amanda Flores del Todo couldn't be here, but she's also the academic coaching and mentoring coordinator for our second bachelor's degree. And Ms. Fabiola Rodriguez, she's not new to us, but she has moved to the Career and Transfer Center as a career coordinator. And I know I saw her, there she is, Fabiola. So those are our new hirees.
Thank you, and welcome to Laredo College. Welcome to our family. Any comments? Any other comments? Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez Tijerina. Next item is number 6, Faculty Senate Report. Cash Masahani. We can come back to it. Next item is the Associate Student Organization Report. I don't have a.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Tijerina. My name is Fatima Ponce, ASO President for the record. ASO is proud to announce the report for December, the Spirit of Giving. With ASO collaborated with Campus Police and the training station to bring you the Spirit of Giving. We are extremely appreciative of having Campus Police to be part of this event. Our goal was to get at least 300 toys, and we surpassed that goal and got more than 400 toys. These toys were given to families of the LC community on December 22nd, 2021. ASO is proud to have assisted and participated in this grand opportunity. moving on, I would like to recognize some of the students here at Laredo College for their accomplishments. Accepted to the National Conference of Undergraduate Research, which will take place on April 4th through the 8th. And they will be presenting their research poster virtually, is Maria Cervantes Abrego. Her research is on the side effects of COVID on the COVID-19 vaccines. Eduardo Barberena, and his research is on password security and how different passwords policies differ from government employees and company employees. Tania Ortiz, and her research is on effective ways to provide password security from attacks. Manuel Peralta, and his research is COVID-19 and artificial organs. And Raquel Queen, and her research is on COVID-19 and the teen mental health. I would also like to recognize Eduardo Barberena. He got accepted and he participated in the East on Tech poster competition on November 15th through the 19th of 2021 with his research of password security, how different passwords policies differ between governments and employees, government employees and company employees. Lastly, I would also like to recognize Elizabeth Robles, who got accepted to an internship, a summer internship for undergraduate research in Corpus Christi Army Depot, supported by the Texas A&M University of Kingsville. Thank you.
Very good,
Great job.
congratulations. Awesome. Any comments from the board? Thank you. Next item is number 8 is the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I motion to approve the consent agenda, items 8A, B, C, D, and E.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Rangel, I have a second by Mr. Delgado. Any discussion? Okay, and, okay, so no discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries for the consent items 8A through 8E. Thank you. Number 9 is discussion and possible action. 9A, adopt resolutions supporting applications to become a usage-driven foreign trade zone. Number 94, designation. Dr. Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina.
Dr. Tijerina, for the record, at the Finance Committee, Mr. Martin Villarreal presented some facts about the foreign trade zone. I know Mr. Cesar Vela, if needed, will provide a short summary, but those two requests are what we got from Mr. Luna from the city as far as the request to start, but I don't know if the Finance Committee or myself, Cesar.
So, Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
So, yeah, thank you, Chairwoman. So in the Finance and Audit Committee, we had a presentation from the current Chief Appraiser, Mr. Chief Martin Villarreal, and these foreign trade zones definitely come from federal government, federal mandates with regards to the trades that we have with Mexico, and there's certain positions or certain sections of the warehouses that are available, correct? Now, we weren't able to get a concrete figure as far as what it is that the college may be losing out on, or what the college may not be able to collect, because of the fact that it has to deal with items that are coming in, going back into Mexico, and then coming back into the United States as a completed product. My concern was really, what is it exactly that we're losing out on as a college, that, you know, if we continue to accept these, or if these are valid for the college district, how it exactly affects us. And I would yield the floor to Mr. Vela to see if he can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Good evening, members of the board. Cesar Vela, VP of Finance, for the record. As Mr. Delgado mentioned, Mr. Villarreal gave a presentation regarding the foreign trade zones. And these are, as was mentioned, there are mandated or approved by the federal government. And essentially how these zones work is that they are for materials, supplies, and finished products that are interstate commerce. So essentially, the inventory that is housed within these areas that are designated as foreign trade zones are exempt from federal taxes, excise taxes, and local taxes also. Now, Mr. Villarreal did mention that the location itself is taxable. So we are collecting tax on the warehouse location. Also, all the business property is taxed. So any equipment that is part of the operations is taxable by the college district and by the city. Only the items that are designated within that foreign trade zone, and most of them are raw materials, like I said, supplies, and even finished products. I believe that one of the examples that he provided to me was in San Antonio. The Toyota plant is actually considered a foreign trade zone. So the building itself is taxable, and all the equipment that is used to fabricate the trucks is taxable, but the raw material and the finished products are not taxable. They become taxable once they come back to the state as a finished product. So in that case, while those vehicles are within that factory, they're not taxable. Once they are shipped out to the dealerships, then they become taxable as inventory. In this case, again, as Mr. Delgado mentioned, it is very hard to get a cost or an amount on how much that would be, those materials that are going through those zones, how much tax we're losing out on. He did mention that and provided us with contact information both for the city of Laredo and the federal government. Some of the requirements that these foreign trade zones have is there's a lengthy reports that they need to submit to the federal government. And that's where some of the information may come from. If we were to want to know if we could get kind of an estimate as to how much is moving through those foreign trade zones, then we would need to reach out to that contact that he provided and see if we could get some more information on that.
Chair recognizes Mr. Muir.
Madam Chair, board members, I did not attend the presentation that was given by the chief appraiser, Mr. Guillermo Garcia, an attorney from my office, attended it, and he and I spoke about it yesterday. He followed up with the individual who is going to be the incoming appraiser, and I think the information we got may shed a little more light on Mr. Delgado's question. So what the appraisal district does and what their job is to value that inventory that Mr. Vela was referencing, the inventory that is not subject to taxation, excise taxes, federal taxes, local property taxes. And the way that's done, the appraisal district relies on one of two methods, either a rendition that is essentially a listing received from the taxpayer with an itemized listing of inventory and values, and then they use that to set the value as of January 1 of each year, or the appraisal district sends out an investigator, or I don't know, I'm not sure if that's the exact title, but one of their employees to go and assess the value of the inventory. And so on January 1, maybe out of all the inventory in the entire warehouse, what's in the foreign trade zone, they represent 5% of the inventory. And later throughout the year, more inventory may come in. And so you may have additional inventory coming in and out of the foreign trade zone in February, March, April, May, but that's not assessed, that's not, the value isn't placed on that. And so what we would be losing out on is the tax that we would apply to the inventory that is either submitted by rendition from the taxpayer itself, or
the value that the appraisal district's officer determines when he goes to physically goes to the warehouse and places a value on the inventory. And I think Mr. Vela's answer is correct. It would be hard to figure out what that value would be in the future for a taxpayer that is asking the Laredo College to approve of the foreign trade zone, because there has not been an assessment of the inventory that will be there come January 1. I think that's part of the problem.
Okay. The chair recognizes Ms. Cynthia Mares in attendance.
Thank you, appreciate it, Madam Chair, sorry.
And Mr. Vela, anything else?
No.
Any questions?
Motion to approve items A, 9A, 9A1, 9A2.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Rangel and I have a second by Ms. Mares. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, if the board does not mind, I saw Mr. Cash Masahani walk in. Maybe you can give us your faculty senate report, please. Okay.
Thank you, Board President, for giving me the chance. I apologize for not making it on time today. There's a it's out there on the roads today. So thank you. I'll make this one quick. I just wanted to give the board a couple of updates. Good evening, Madam President of the college, of the board, and board members, staff, and the community members. Number one, I just wanted to again echo my appreciation to the board, especially to the board president, for allowing faculty to serve on the presidential search committee. We've been here since 8 in the morning looking at those applicants, and we have really, not my place to give the update, but we've seen some really great talent and we worked really hard. We've been here all day doing that. So we're excited and again, grateful to have presence on that particular search committee. The other thing that I wanted to mention very briefly was one of the things that faculty are working on. This is something that I mentioned at the last board meeting, which is a very important project that faculty is leading on its own through the liaisons in the administration, which is, of course, as you all mentioned or have heard of through the Student Success Committee's updates, is the Center of Teaching Excellence and Learning. I think it's one of the most cutting edge things happening here on campus today or anywhere in academics. And one of the workshops that the faculty that I lead in that program are working on right now is called Engaging Students, which is going to be a 2-part workshop that deals with 2 different aspects: the technology that we have and the best practices that faculty can employ in engaging their students, so that students, especially with online courses, because inherent in an online course is a feeling of isolation that students have because they're on their own, they're not with the instructor day to day. So we're looking at this workshop that's going to talk and teach our faculty about the barriers to how to overcome those barriers, those obstacles inherent in online courses, these best practices that are being used all across the nation, research-based techniques that will help us improve online learning, and pedagogy, to improve the pedagogy strategies. So it's a collective effort that faculty are engaging in to help us all become better instructors. I would say that we are often in higher ed, unlike the K-12 model, content-based experts. So we don't always come in as, pedagogical experts, right? We haven't been taught how to teach. We've been taught how something works. So this is a collective opportunity for us to learn together how to become better educators than we already are, which is pretty darn good. So I'm really excited about that. I wanted to very quickly highlight the work of 2 faculty in this area, not in detail, but every month, the Center of Teaching Excellence and Learning will highlight trailblazers, faculty that are doing some incredible things. And 2 of those faculty that we highlighted are Mr. Alonso Lavelle and Ms. Jessica Rodriguez. 2 are faculty who are serving in the health sciences, and they have been incredibly instrumental in using technology in their classroom to help students through webinars and a number of other techniques. So I just wanted to highlight their accomplishments, and I'll continue to bring those stories to the board, specific faculty members, and the trailblazing techniques that they're using in the classroom So I expect that to become a bit more detailed in the future as to what they're doing and how that works. And then last but not least, I just wanted to mention, I know today the board has something that's been brewing this week, and that has to do with the upcoming item with the athletics and what has to happen there and what has to make. So I just wanted to say, use these comments that are coming next are coming from me as individual, not as the president of the faculty. So this may not express their wishes.
That would, excuse me, that would have to have been in public comment.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're wanting to.
Okay,
speak
then let
on
me make
behalf
them
of
as
that
a,
item.
let me go ahead and make them as the president of the faculty assembly then. So on behalf of the faculty, I would just say that when the board considers some of the items on the agenda today, that we do take a look at whatever the administration has to say and what the overall cost will be for those changes. And that we do whatever is, possible to protect all interests at the college without taking any sides on that issue. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you for giving me the
congratulations.
chance.
Sure, and congratulations to the faculty that you recognize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, did I? Okay. Sure. I'm going to continue. 9B is tenure recommendations for consideration and approval by Laredo College Board of Trustees, Dr. David Adisola. And I understand it's your birthday. Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
That kind of threw me off. I don't know. I need to get my phone. Well, thank you for that. David Rosola, interim provost, vice president for academic affairs and compliance for the record. As you all know, I've been interim provost now for a couple of months. And I have to say that this is one of the things that I have been looking forward to because of what tenure means as a faculty member. Tenure is a sacred process. It's a coming of age as a faculty member. It's the time when you stop being the rookie and then you're now a veteran, right? So you can, for those of you who are no longer untenured, you can feel comforted. You're no longer going to be the subject of the prank. You'll now be participants in it. At least that was my experience as a faculty member many years ago. So I'm going to introduce our faculty. We have actually 10 members of our faculty who are going to be approved for tenure today, hopefully. And we'll talk a little bit about each one of them. So first we have Ms. Patricia Godinez, who is an assistant professor of dance in the Visual and Performing Arts Department. She graduated from the University of the Arts in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania with a BFA in dance. And upon graduation, went on to tour with the Boston Flamenco Ballet in the United States. She also received a master's in dance education from New York University, where she was a member of NYU's Kaleidoscope Dance Company, Douglas Dunn's Performance Ensemble in Pisa, Italy. She's a certified dance educator in all states and has helped organize degree guides for students to earn Associates of Arts with concentrations in dance. And this will be her 6th year teaching here at the college.
Next, and actually, we'll ask the standards for reading this, Ms. Lisa Liveson is a teacher, a full-time instructor in our occupational therapy assistant program. And now an assistant professor in the health sciences, in the medical assistant program, so we transitioned, that's right. Throughout the year, she has taught a variety of classes at the college, including anatomy and physiology, medical law and ethics, pediatric and adult OT, mental health, and pathophysiology. Ms. Liveson has nearly 2 decades of experience working as a healthcare provider and as a clinical instructor since graduating with her master's of occupational therapy from UT Health Sciences in San Antonio. Ms. Liveson is eager to continue teaching and mentoring the next generation of healthcare professionals at Laredo College. Thank you. Next is Ms. Cristina Perez. Ms. Cristina Perez is an assistant professor of culinary arts in the culinary arts department. She has been teaching for 8 years, 3 as an adjunct and 5 as a full-time faculty member. Ms. Perez holds graduated from the Texas Culinary Academy in Austin and from TAMU. Ms. Claudette Quintanilla. He was very to be out today. Ms. Quintanilla was a faculty member at Laredo College from 2005 to 2012. Left for a little bit and then returned to the college in 2020 as a faculty member of the social and behavioral sciences. Further, she currently serves as an assistant professor of government and teaches federal government and Texas government. In addition, she currently serves as our dual enrollment adjunct liaison for the SBS department. She couldn't be here today. Next is Dr. Diana Carolina Ramos. Dr. Ramos is a native Laredoan and has been a part of Laredo College family since 2017, serving as an assistant professor of speech in the Department of English and Communication. She holds a PhD in culture, literacy, and language and has taught in the areas of communication, language, and education at institutions of higher education in New Mexico and Texas. Dr. Ramos has also worked as managing editor of the Association of Mexican American Educators Journal and is a published author in several academic journals. Next is Mr. Cesar Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez joined Laredo College as an adjunct instructor for the Allied Health Department in 2012. In 2016, he was hired as our full-time instructor. During these 10 years, he has served as an assistant professor of medical assistant, a clinical coordinator, and a radiation safety officer for the Rad Tech program. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next, Mr. Nestor Sarato. Mr. Sarato has served as an adjunct full-time professor and lead web development technician at Laredo College for 10 years. He is an assistant professor of computer information system in the computer tech department, where he teaches programming, network administration, and general education courses. Mr. Sarato has earned an Associate of Science degree in mathematics from Laredo Community College, a Bachelor's of Science degree in mathematics, and a Master's of Science degree in information system from Texas A&M International University. He serves as the department curriculum liaison with both the Cisco and the Red Hat Linux academies and holds a prestigious Cisco CCNA certification. When not teaching, Mr. Sarato enjoys spending time with his wife Yvette and his daughter Anne. Next is Ms. Leslie Solis. Ms. Solis is an assistant professor of biology and the assessment coordinator in the natural sciences department. She has been teaching for 5 years and participates as a faculty partner in the LEAPS program, where she helps students conduct undergraduate research. Ms. Solis has taught various courses, including anatomy and physiology, biology for non-science majors, and biology for science majors. She's also designed many online master courses that are being used by faculty and dual enrollment instructors. Next, we have Mr. Edwin Torres La Saldua, who is an assistant professor in the mathematics department. And he's been at Laredo College since 2017. On 2 different occasions, he has been a member of a committee that has been awarded the Teamwork Award at the Laredo College Excellence Award. In total, he has 9 years of experience in mathematics education. His current research interests are in the field of mathematics education and machine learning. And last but not least, we have Dr. Zakia. Dr. Zakia has been part of the Laredo College family since 2017 as well. She's currently an assistant professor in chemistry in the Department of Natural Sciences. She received her PhD from the City University of New York. For over 14 years has been a part-time and full-time faculty member in various universities and colleges in New York, Maine, and the Marshall Islands. Dr. Zakia has a strong track record of developing and teaching more than 15 different chemistry courses. And at Laredo College, she complements her teaching responsibilities with various committee activities and collaborative research. Just on a personal note, I would like to just point out, not aging myself on my birthday, but there are 2 of our tenured faculty members who were both my students when they were. So that makes me feel even younger today. But I would like to ask them all to stand and thank them one more time.
Yes.
Thank you all, and thank you for your service to Laredo College.
Madam Chair.
Yes, so I'm going to recognize Mr. Delgado, and then you.
Yeah, I've over the past several years, I've come to know several of y'all, and of course, many of the esteemed faculty that's here. I just want to say it's an honor and a privilege of the commitment and the work that you all do, especially for not only the college, but also the community. It's an amazing job that y'all do. And, you know, my heart goes out to you for everything that y'all do. So words can't describe how happy I am for y'all to be a part of this family and for myself to be a part of this family. So I just thank you guys for everything that you do.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Thank you. The same, echoing the same sentiments that Mr. Delgado said. Congratulations and thank you for your hard work. I know this is a great accomplishment for you and your families. And just for the record, I was also a student of Dr. Ariasola.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
No, I want to congratulate all of you. I know what it is to be tenure. I remember when they told me I was a tenure. I said, "What is that?" Yeah. Does it mean more money or what? Because I didn't really get this recognition that we do now. At that time, you just got a little letter and said you're tenure. But I'm very glad for all of you. And enjoy yourself and enjoy the title. Okay.
I'd like to recognize Ms. Maris.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, I'm just an impressive caliber of individuals. And each time that we have this round of recognizing and moving them through the tenure track is just so, like I said, so impressive. We're very fortunate to have each and every one of you here as a board, member here and collectively as a board. We can never appreciate fully, the extent of what you commit, to this institution, but we're very happy that you chose LC to make your home and to come and put your roots here as tenured faculty. So again, thank you for everything and the best of luck to you in your future endeavors. And thank you for helping to make this institution what it is today. Number one.
Very true.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
Thank you. So I'll do the nice thing, the nice duty. I would like to make a motion to accept the recommendations of those faculty members presented for Laredo College tenure as presented by Dr. Ariasola.
So I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. Delgado and Dr. Carranza. Any discussion? At this point, I'm going to recognize Ms. Elizondo.
I just wanted to say congratulations, and I have no doubt that our students are so blessed and so lucky to have every single one of you. As I was listening to what Dr. Arrezola was reading, I was like, wow, what an honor to have people like y'all teaching our students, teaching our future. So congratulations, and thank you for everything that y'all do every day. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment? Yes. I recognize Mrs. Ramos for a comment as well.
So in addition to my motion, I'd also like to say thank you so much for all the hard work that you've done. And for me being here a little bit more than 6 years, I really appreciate it. I've come to know some of you, but I look forward to meeting the rest of you that I haven't met. And thank you for being a part of our family. Thank you.
Anything else?
Call for the question.
So I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, everybody. And just like my fellow colleagues, thank you for choosing Laredo College. We're very proud and honored that you are here at our facility and that you continue educating our students in our community and outside of our community. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Arrezola. And happy birthday again. Okay. Anything else? Dr. Tejerina, did you have anything? I'm sorry.
Dr. Tejerina, for the record, just, I'm so honored to work with colleagues like them, because they are the core of the institution. Like everybody said here, they educate our youth, and in the past 2 years, it's been very challenging with the COVID, so I'm very happy that we could this year come present them back. And I know that some brought their families as well. So it's definitely a recognition and a celebration for them. So I do thank for all the hard work that they continue to do, not just here, but with the dual and online. And so they're awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Tejerina. Okay, so I'm going to move forward to the next item is 9C. Discuss the analysis of relevant issues pertaining to some of the athletics programs and approve a proposal for the implementation of Laredo College athletic programs, including a possible reorganization, possible closed session discussion pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074, Laredo College Administration.
Madam Chair, I move that we table this one item. This has been discussed at length over a 2-year period. It has become quite controversial, obviously, and I feel very strongly that this item ought to be addressed by the new president, whoever that new president will be selected. And that new president ought to be the person involved in actually officially acknowledging this, whatever it is recommended in the athletics. I know it's become a very hot item, and I do feel though that since we will be having a new president, let that new administration be the person that will actually address this issue and hopefully be able to come up with some type of a resolved solution to this situation that we unfortunately have discussed time and time again over a 2-year period. And that is my motion that we table this one.
I second.
So I have a motion and I have a second discussion. Before we go into discussion, I'm going to ask Mr. Muir for legal advice so we can continue with this motion. You're all looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Muir. Are we able to do this on this item 9C? I have a motion and I have a second.
Are you able to hear me, Madam President?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so as I understood, the motion was to table this particular item that deals with the athletics program. And I think the intent of that motion, as expressed by Judge Martinez, was to defer it so that it would be decided at some point in the future when the interim president, or excuse me, the upcoming president, the new college president, takes office and evaluates it. That is something you could do. But just to recall, I think that the board's last instruction to the administration back in December 7th was to bring the item back to the board with a proposal. So that doesn't, I mean, it's the board's call. The board does not forced to receive that proposal today.
Okay,
So you could defer it.
so Judge Martinez, you want to change it from table to defer? So this way we can bring it back if the motion passes? Because you said table. If we table it, it goes away.
That
Gone
is
forever.
frankly, I would prefer that we just let it rest. Table it. And then,
Defer.
But table it, it goes away forever.
Yes.
But if defer, we bring it back.
Okay, then I will amend my motion that we deferred this item for the new administrator, i.e. the new president, whoever that individual would be. And then that one person would be the person that will address this issue, and hoping that by then it will be able to have proper resolution. I know this is one issue that has become a very hot issue. It's highly controversial, and we ought to let whoever the new president will be the person that will actually address this issue and then make its proper recommendation.
Okay, so I have a motion.
I second as amended.
Okay, so Ms. Elizondo seconds as amended, discussion, and I recognize Ms. Ramos, and then I'll recognize Mr. Rangel.
So, Madam Chair and board members, I just want to explain what happened yesterday, right? We had the meeting. I told you I had temporary amnesia, right? So I have to remember what I did yesterday. But so yesterday's meeting, we were able to have the administration provide to the Program and Policy Committee information that related to the budgetary status. And the coaches, Coach Lansford, Coach Ibarra, and Coach Don Juan made a presentation, and they provided in-depth, detailed information of what plan of action they wanted to take. And so I think it's for us as a group that we met yesterday, Ms. Maris and myself and Dr. Carranza, you know, we reviewed the items and we said to ourselves, we're going to present it to the board tomorrow, have the board see the rest of the presentation, and we actually invited them to be here. One of the things that I'm very concerned about is that they have worked hard, both parties have worked very hard. We gave them a direction, we gave them a directive to go back and review it. If we wait for the new incoming president, that will be till August. And I know that, well, the coaches have a timeline for the sports because they are pending to be notified whether they will be joining the NJCAA. Right now, they're been waiting on them, or are they going to go ahead and proceed? So the cancellation or the defer of this or defer of this item would indicate to the group that they don't have a course of action to follow. So they're going to be in limbo for another March, April, May, June, July, August. Yes. Yes. So I'm just expressing my opinions based on what happened yesterday. And I was very impressed on both sides. They provided us with the detailed information. And actually, before Judge Martinez provided that motion, I was going to request that I make a motion to go into executive session. So that was not going to be my motion, but he's got a motion on the table. So.
Okay. So next discussion is Mr. Rangel, and then I'll have Ms. Elizondo.
I'll wait. No, I'll wait.
Okay, and I just wanted to put out just for the record, the reason why I agree with Judge Martinez is because if I'm not mistaken, and I have the minutes right here, I completely agree on the motion that was made, which was, and I'm gonna read it out loud just for the record, in which it states, move to reinstate some of the athletic programs effective 2022 and 2023, and to direct administration to present an implementation plan. Judge Martinez second the motion. Ms. Leven Ramos amended the motion to analyze the relevant issues pertaining to some of the athletics program. Mr. Delgado second the motion. Motion passed and the amendment with 7 voting in favor. Nonetheless, as I see item 9C, it is noted here a possible reorganization. I don't ever recall addressing any organization or restructuring anything. So I was under the impression, as the rest of the board, that they were going to present an implementation program. So in order to avoid any gray areas or even expanding this issue further, I think it is in the best interest of all of the parties involved, including students, staff, and obviously administration and this board, to please consider the deferment of this. So since they are noting a possible reorganization, I don't think they had I don't think that we had enough time to discuss a reorganization and in general.
Okay. Chair calls Dr. Carranza.
Thank you. In our meeting yesterday, my concern was, as far as sports is concerned, I love sports. I mean, I played sports since I was a kid, but what I was looking at was the budget numbers. What are we gonna lose? We can sit up here and discuss a lot of things, and you can look at me and throw arrows at me, but that's about it. That's all you can do. But the thing here is, my concern is the faculty. My concern here is the programs. If we lose all those money that we have, and then see, we're just talking about jobs, but who's gonna enroll in the college? The student body. How many students are we gonna enroll? And it doesn't look that great. It doesn't look that great. So, defer it, yeah, help Ms. Tigrina out a little bit, Dr. Tigrina, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said, but we have to wake up and, well, I'm sure you're awoken. You woke, that's a new thing now.
We are awake, sir.
Whatever you have to say against me, I'll be glad to take you on. I'm not worried about anyone, okay? So, Mr. Rendon, you want to speak?
Chair recognizes Ms. Vela. Mrs. Vela.
Yeah, I'm sitting here listening and I understand what everybody's saying and that's fine. But I hope you realize that if we wait, it's gonna be another year before we could bring it back, which is fine. We're delaying, the budget and we'll have a little bit more money next year. But we're delaying it for a year because by bringing in someone in August, whoever they may be, they've got to review everything, review the budget, review it. And they may say no, they may say yes, but that still leaves the coaches in limbo and everything in limbo. So if you want to withhold, delay it, that's fine with me.
Madam Chair. No.
I mean, it's another year.
Now we.
You ready?
Yes.
So chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
We got a smaller presentation in the finance committee meeting, also dealing with numbers. What was possibly the implementation, but then also what was going to be the impact to other areas within the Laredo College system. I do, now that I'm hearing the conversation from everybody, I do understand that the coaches are in the limbo still right now. I do think that either we need to approve something today, or if not, and for the reason that I believe if we're gonna get placed into the system of when we're gonna play and all that stuff. So if we don't make a decision today, and I think, and if we defer it, I do understand, and I do agree with the judge here on this one, that I think it'll be a little bit best for new administration to look at it and also analyze. And like Ms. Vela said, the new administration might come in and say, no, it doesn't work. So we might have to say no, but at least we gave them that last shot. So I will also agree with the judge that we should just defer it and just go with the possible recommendation for new administration to look at into it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
So I hear everybody's concerns,
and I sadly cannot agree with deferring this item. Because if we continue to push, kick the can down the road and fail to make a decision on this, albeit it's a hard decision. We've been going, this is the second president that we're going through this. We ignored the recommendations of first president, Dr. Solis. We've ignored the recommendations of the second interim president, Dr. Maricela. And if the third president that we come through at the end of the year comes up and says, no, are we gonna ignore those recommendations again since we've already done it twice? Are we gonna continue to kick the can down the road just to do what exactly? We need to make a decision on this based on the recommendations of whether the administration is giving us or let the administration know what it is exactly that we want to do. We told the administration to give us the plan, to make the decision, to let us know and present something. They've done that. They've done that through 2 committees. Now what we're doing is we're telling administration, no. We're telling administration, second administration, wait. We don't agree with that again. So we're gonna kick the can down the road again. I think we need to go into, I would recommend that we go into executive session to discuss this further. Discuss this with administration and make a decision today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Mares.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of echoing the sentiments that have been expressed here, mostly Ms. Ramos, because we were at that committee yesterday. And I agree that we should go into executive session because there's so many factors here, because obviously both teams, did their homework to the 100% level. But yeah, and yes, there's an impact, financial impact. We're not gonna get away from that. There's a financial impact one way or the other. But I think people need answers. And so I think we need to, make the decision today, because if we were to defer this, well, then you're still gonna have to look at some kind of reorganization, because what's gonna happen to these individuals that are hanging there in limbo? They're still gonna have to continue to get paid, but make decisions. Do we continue to pay them in the positions that they're carrying out right now? Do we send them somewhere else? So you can't avoid the term of reorganizing or restructuring to a certain extent. But I agree that we have to make a decision tonight, because, we just have to, I'll talk about it more, but in executive session. Thank you.
Mr. Muir, oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Dr. Carranza. I'm sorry.
Oh, the virus. No, what I was gonna say is that all teachers, all faculty, we live in, when I was a faculty member, we live in limbo. Because if we didn't have the students for that program, they say goodbye to you. Unless you're a tenure, they'll switch you somewhere else. But if you're not a tenure and you don't have the 10 students, is it 10 students?
Well,
That instructor doesn't have a job. Unless there's something else somewhere done within the college. So we're always in limbo, even though we signed a contract. It doesn't matter if you don't have the student. It's up to the college if they're gonna pay you. But the thing here is, we have to go with that. I don't know if we should go with athletics, athletic department or not, but at this point, to defer it to see how we do this year. If there's any money left over, there you can find out how many teams you can bring in, soccer or whatever, or tennis. But we don't know right now what we can bring in. Right now, what I heard yesterday was they had to, they looked at programs, they have to cut this, to make this part over here. Am I correct there, Ms. Sherman? Did he say all that?
Yes.
I do listen, don't think I don't, but I'm listening. So, in limbo, you stay in limbo all the time. That's just part of life.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
So in response to Dr. Carranza and how the presentation was made for the budgetary and also for the athletic programs, like Ms. Mari said, there will be reorganization in different levels, different areas. But if we don't give the individuals an opportunity to present what we have asked them to do, because we asked them to bring to the table a plan of action. Now, if y'all don't want to hear the plan of action, you're not giving them an opportunity. They came before us, both parties, administration and the coaches, and they worked out a plan of action. Now, does it align itself? it doesn't align itself, there's gonna be some organization, some reorganization. But I think that as a board, we've asked administration to come up with a plan, and they deserve to be heard. I really do think so. Both sides deserve to be heard. Some of us have heard the presentation because they came through the Program and Policy Committee and also through the Finance. But there's some of us that weren't present for those meetings, and that's okay. This was the opportunity that we had asked them to come and present. And so I would feel really, really sad for both parties because we've tasked them with a directive and we didn't even give them a chance to speak. So that's my 2 cents.
So, Mr. Muir, I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
call for the vote since we have a motion present, correct? We have to
That's
call for
correct.
the vote. And then
That's right.
depending on the vote, then we can go to executive session after that, or can they do the presentation depending on the vote?
Well, there is a motion on the floor.
There is a motion
that has
on the
not been voted on that is asking for the item to be deferred.
Right.
So if the motion passes by a majority, then the item is in fact deferred for
Okay.
a meeting in the
Correct.
future when the new college president gets seated. And so if that happens, then
Then
there
it's
really is no
deferred.
item
But if it
there
doesn't
for
pass-
presentation.
But if it doesn't pass, then we can get the presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
And then after the presentation, we can go in executive session.
You can, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna call for the vote. I need everybody to raise their hand, please, so that I can know. So to defer the item 9C, which is the athletics. Who's in favor? Who's in favor to defer? The motion? So I have 3 to defer. 4. I can't see your hand. Okay. So I have 4. So who's against not to defer? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. So the motion did not pass. So at this time, we're going to ask the administration to make the presentation for us. Thank you.
Marisela Tijerina for the record. In the finance or this topic, or this agenda item rather, we presented at both the finance and the program policy simply because by the decision of bringing in some athletic programs, it will have a financial impact. And so we wanted to bring the relevant issues behind the financial impact. And then the coaches also were tasked on how this implementation of bringing back some of the athletics back, which were revolved around recruitment, student success rates, and fundraising, to name a few. And so today we will show you the financial by Mr. Cesar Vela and Dr. Ariosola, followed by the coaches with their implementation plan on the athletics plan of action.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Cesar Vela, VP of Finance for the record. As Dr. Dina mentioned, the discussion tonight is divided in 2 parts. Obviously, the first part being the financial impact of reinstating the athletic programs. and then the implementation plan that will be presented by the coaches. We have been reviewing the budgets and with, again, internally administration with the coaches. And if you see on the slide that we have on the screen here, just to give you just the numbers. In 2020, pre-COVID, the budget for the athletic programs was 1,447,000. Now the proposed budgets for 2023, and this is reinstating tennis, both men and women's, soccer and softball. We would be working with a budget of 765,000. Roughly about 765,000. So that's a difference of $682,158. Again, we work with the coaches, presented this number and work with this number, and they agreed that they could work with that number. Some of the discussions that we had as we worked on the budget obviously revolved around scholarship funds. We did identify an amount, as we discussed at the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. We identified approximately about 90,000 that would be available for scholarships. Now, the scholarship component obviously comes, obviously we discussed the restrictions, and scholarships would be available for local athletes. Now, the discussion revolved about international athletes. Again, that is a possibility, but scholarship money would have to be fundraised by the coaches. The other component, again, that was discussed, obviously, one of the items that was noted was back in 2020, the athletics line item had 243,000 versus 284 this year. And again, that is where the scholarship money is sitting. We're centralizing it, and then based on the internal discussions, that money will be allocated to the different sports. So the other question that came across as we looked at the budget, okay, so what would be the impact? Where will the funding for these programs come? So from the 765,000, both for soccer and softball, that will be coming from the student activities fund. And that is approximately $324,073. Now, based on the semester credit hour generation that is being generated by that fee, the student activity fee, it is roughly generating about $1 million. And the $1 million are not just to pay for soccer and softball. We have the student-led budgets, we have graduation activities, we have the ASO, and the student leadership and student orientation activities. So one of the proposals, again, as we were looking at how to balance the budget is we'll most likely need to make some adjustments. So we looked at cutting back on graduation activities. And essentially, when we say cutting back, it's basically transferring some of the funds. In other words, those costs would be now going to the general operating fund. And then the other line item that would be affected is in the student life budgets. The bulk of that budget is salaries and benefits. So we looked at transferring those positions over to the general operating fund budget. Now, in order for us to be able to do that, we would need to eliminate vacancies in the general operating fund budget. I'm sorry. So that's some of the strategies that we looked at in order to be able to balance the budget. So again, the impact to student activities will be around 324,000. To the GO balance budget would be about 440,000, and that would be the budgets for tennis and the athletics budget. Now, keep in mind that we would need to transfer approximately about 320,000 from student activities to the GO. And again, that would entail us having to look at vacancies and eliminate some of those vacancies. Now, I'll defer to Dr. Ariasola, who will present some of the information regarding some of the additional impacts to the budget.
David Arizola, again, interim provost, vice president of academic affairs and compliance for the record. So the plan that we're presenting here today, if anything, represents a compromise between administration and coaches. So you'll see that the athletics programs are taking almost a 50% cut in their budget as they existed. They're losing on scholarships, they lost housing, so on. But it is a compromise. So the institution, is going to bear some sacrifice as well. And this is what we're going to see here. So when we proposed a plan in October, November, actually it might have been November, December, these are some of the things that we presented. And we said that we had planned to do with some of the budget that was allocated to athletics, whether it was a certificate in cardiovascular sonography, funding for the emergency response program, the fire science program, patient care technician, medical billing, so on and so forth. Not just academics, but also on the services side, Mr. Manzanati mentioned the Center of Teaching of Excellence in Learning, right? The Instructional Technology Center, our Career and Transfer Center. So these are not necessarily things that are no longer on the table, right? They're just going to be a little bit slower to develop than we wanted to, right? So we could have pushed a little bit more, right? So these are different from my next list. So on this list, these are things that we have planned for that are probably going to be a little bit slower to develop. The programs on this list are taking a direct impact because of our implementation, as part of our implementation plan, right? So campus recreations are probably going to be cut completely. Clubs, the budget we had designated for clubs will be reduced. Graduation activities will be probably moved to GO. And a lot of these programs here will be either reduced, the budget will be either reduced or moved over to our general operating fund, right? Now, on the general operating fund side, the wellness program, we've decided that we're probably going to cut that out completely. We're going to eliminate several vacancies, right? So not staff per se, but vacancies that we had out there that, we were intending to hire somebody, and we decided probably that's not to right now. And then as we look through our budget and construct our plan for next year, reducing some of the budget we allowed for contracted services. So these are the compromises that administration is making to bring back athletics. I don't know, I'll stop here for any questions. Mr. Vela and I are here for our administration. We'll move on to the coaches.
Does anybody have any questions?
Just for clarification purposes,
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Thank you. Okay, just for clarification purposes, you just stated that they cannot necessarily be impacted directly, but this can be withdrawn from the general fund, right?
Right, so this is here, some of them their budgets are going to be either reduced. So for example, and then there's a mix, right? So campus recreations, we're cutting completely, where clubs, their startup money will be reduced. So
What would be an example of campus recreation?
that would be the game room, correct? The game room, the student wellness program, things like that would be some of the campus recreation activities we have. And then for clubs, we don't have money for clubs, and we have seed money for clubs. So if somebody wants to start a club, we'll provide a little bit of funding, so just to get them started, and then they have to self-sustain after that. So those monies will be reduced, will not be as available as they normally are.
The graduation activities, is that gonna be, if we were to cut back, what's gonna be cut back on that? particular?
So with graduation activities, and I'll let Dr. Fred explain, we get into a little more deep, but that entails caps and gowns and then paying for the venue. But what we're thinking there is we're probably going to have to move that, a brunt of that over to the general operating funds to make room for athletics on the student activities. So, Dr. Fred?
Fred Solis, Vice President for Student Success and Enrollment. As Dr. Arazola has explained, right now, the only change that would happen to the graduation activities is instead of being funded out of student activity budget, it's going to get transferred to the institutional budget at this time.
And Mr. Vela, do we have the money there? Or is it just a one-time?
No, this would be part of the operations for the annual graduation ceremonies. Again, the strategy there, looking at the GO budget, would be looking at the vacancies and the contracted services to be able to allocate funding for the graduation activities. As Dr. Arazola mentioned, as far as the wellness program, that would be eliminated as we had envisioned that program to run. So the funding that we had allocated as part of this year's budget for the wellness program will not be there for next year. Again, that would be then redistributed, possibly again to cover graduation activities, or in the case of the salaries that will be transferred over from student life over to the GO.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
And this is on the event that all sports get reinstated, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is, again, the plan that's being presented is bringing back those three sports.
Three. Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
Mr. Vela. So at the present time, the Student Activity Fund has designated certain things for, different areas, right? For example, the student activity, the campus recreation, the clubs and everything else, and they were noted down. It was line items, right? So if we were to pass this proposal that is on the table, would all the monies come from the Student Activity Fund?
324,000, and that would be soccer and softball, would come from the student activity.
Oh, so it will maintain the same way?
Yes,
Okay.
we're keeping the structure that had previously been approved, which was soccer and softball from student activities, and tennis had been part of the GO budget, so they'll stay with the GO budget.
And the reason that the 324 is impacted towards the rest of the funding is because in the last 2 years, they have been using that $1 million to be able to the student activity budget, right? The student activities budget.
The 324 represents the budgets for both sports. And like I mentioned, the revenue that's being generated by the fee, or what's projected to be generated based on enrollment numbers, we're looking at about $1 million from the student activity fee.
Right.
So 324 would go to the both soccer and softball, leaving around 670 for student life. Now, student life, it's not just student life, as you see here from the listing, we got campus rec, we have the clubs, we have graduation activities, and the new student orientation and the leadership program. So, as Dr. Arazola mentioned, some of them will need to be adjusted. In the case of campus rec, will be cut. And then in the case of graduation activities, that those would be transferred over to GO.
And like we spoke yesterday, what we're saying is, this is what we have, this is what can be used, but we are going, if we do pass this proposal, we're actually doing it, like I said yesterday, it's gonna be done because we're gonna force it, in other words. We're gonna be able to get that money and rearrange everything and do all the reorganization and so forth, correct?
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's a compromise that we worked on obviously athletics is giving up something, and so is the institution. But as we mentioned at the Finance and Audit Committee, because we're looking at programs that are tied to a fee, if the revenue, the enrollment's not there, we're gonna have this conversation again next year when we prepare the budget. because again, we're gonna be looking at those budgets, and we may see increase in expenditures or requests on the budget. So again, we're gonna have to have that conversation. Okay, how are we gonna balance the budget again? Are we gonna have to cut additional or transfer more stuff to the GO?
Chair recognizes Dr. Tijerina.
Dr. Tijerina, for the record, so exactly what Mr. Vela said. The student activity, what makes it tricky is that it is contingent upon enrollment, traditional enrollment, because the dual students do not pay for this. So if we commit, which has been the concern of administration, when we commit to programs, we're gonna have to make it work, as Cesar says, keep eliminating some of these programs here, move them to the GO so that we make up the 1 million, possibly based on what we've done before. If we don't make that 1 million, then the GO is gonna have to adopt that to make up for the student activity revenues that are not coming in. Now, what is risky here is a bullet point on the general operating, eliminating vacancies. When we eliminate vacancies or they're frozen, we cannot hire any particularly faculty member, which all year long we have not been able to hire, for example, a psychology instructor, because these vacancies have to be frozen to make up the balance of our budget. So when we start removing and eliminating vacancies, as I mentioned in the finance, what you're hurting is the academic affairs division, because they make up the bulk of the positions here on campus.
One question, reducing contracted services. What contracted services are we looking at?
That is gonna be part of the exercise that we're gonna do through the budget process.
Okay.
Again, as we automate processes, as we look at services, our contracted services have gone up. So, we're gonna look at some of those contracts and possibly see if we can consolidate services or, again, the majority or a big bulk of the contracted services are within our division, physical plant. And again, these are contracts for fire inspections, elevator inspections, all those are required to be in place. So again, we'll review the listing of the contracted services, again, making adjustments to be able to accommodate some of these changes.
Any other questions? Okay. Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. It's just that I said a while ago, you gotta look at the meaning for the few. Student activity budget, it covers all the students, right? Now, over here, we're losing faculty, one way or the other, we're gonna lose faculty. Now, the few is to be sports, athletics. I don't know how many students are involved in sports, around 60, 70, something like that. And we have 2,000 students or something like that. So that's what you have to measure. I don't know where I love sports, like I told you, but I like, sometimes you have to look at what we have, and we don't even know the enrollment, you know. The president has already explained to us on that if there's a cut, our CPA will have to go into the books and see what he can do and bring us aboard. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'll ask one question if I may.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Dr. Tijerina, I know that you're going to speak on behalf of the administration. I know you're giving us 4 sports, tennis, both male and female, soccer, and softball. If for whatever reason, we would have to keep just 2 sports, what would be your recommendation based both on academics and athletics? What would be your recommendation on that? Listening to, of course, finance, listening, of course, to the athletic department and to, student life, all of it in general, because I believe you've been in these meetings with all these organizations. What would be your recommendation if you would have to choose 2 sports?
Marisela Tijerina, for the record. I strongly believe in my administration, where the best scenario for the future of this college and the sustainability is to disband athletics, as hard as a difficult decision. But I understand that the board, it's a difficult decision also on your part, but I have to look out for the best interest of the college, whether a new president is coming or not. There's the finances are evident, the enrollment, traditional enrollments are dropping, and it is my duty to look out for the best interest of the college and the sustainability of all our programs that are very essential to graduation rates and the success of our educational programs. But if you ask me, as far as compromising, it would have to be based on finance, and what sports would be more,
Which one would you, if, and I understand, I guess your best recommendation would probably be no athletics, and okay, but then looking at finance and speaking to Mr. Vela and Student Life and Dr. Ariasola and everybody, if you would recommend to the board, what would be your recommendation to at least keep one sport, but would have a dual, or the two sports would be soccer and softball? What would you recommend? That's what I'm asking. Like you said, a compromise.
I'm not sure if I'm in a position to say it. I think with legal advice, I would prefer we go into executive session, because,
And I agree with you, Dr. Tijerina, Mr. Rangel. The board made a decision. We directed administration to bring back the proposal, and they have done that. So we need to listen. We've already listened to administration. Now we're going to hear the coaches. And then from here, we'll go to executive session and discuss it. Dr. Tijerina has done what we directed her to do, gotten her administration, and let's move forward. So, Mr. Vela and Dr. Ariasola, is your presentation done so we can get the coaches?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
the coaches are here to make the presentation as well. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Carranza, did you want to say something?
Yes, I think that was a very unfair question to our president.
Absolutely.
To put her in
Yes.
to put her in the chair like that.
Correct.
Absolutely. It's
And
ridiculous.
I don't know where you were coming from, but.
No, I didn't mean anything wrong. I was just wondering from administration.
But
she
we've
is
already
right.
made the
No,
decision
no,
here.
I know,
So-
but she is right. It's best to discuss in executive session. And I do agree with that.
Executive session, like the president is saying, and after this or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, once we get the coaches' presentation, then we're going to executive session. We'll get it. Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos before the coaches start.
Before you all start, I did want to explain how we started yesterday, so if it's okay with you all. Some of the items that the coaches are going to touch upon, and these are some of the part of the plan of action that they have created. We, as the committee, we mentioned that we wanted to hear about recruitment, fundraising, Title IX, the plan of action that we're going to present, and the student success that includes the grades. So they will make the presentation, and they have addressed each one to the Program and Policy Committee, but I just wanted to share that with you all before they begin. Thank you.
Record on the Ciudad.
for the record, Christy Lansford.
Good evening, board members, administrative faculty, and friends. My name is Jaime Juan. I will be doing a presentation today on athletics. But first, let me start with some of my highlights. In the 25 years that I've been here at the college, 23 years have been in athletics, 2 years have been in the HSOC. During these years, I brought home 7 men's national championships, 7. And the ladies have finished as high as 4 in the nation. My latest accomplishment that is news to me earlier My peers and rivals have nominated me into the NJCAA Hall of Fame, which hopefully I will be in there in May. I believe that with everything that I have accomplished with the leadership of the executives and the board of trustees, I can bring back athletics. We can do it. I'll start the presentation. Pooling our resources, doing 4 sports well with the coaches and experience. We have soccer, softball, men's and women's tennis.
Teamwork, teamwork.
You have met the coaches. Again, these are the 3 coaches. Strengths of LC athletics. Laredo College, we're 150 miles away from everyone. We're the ones that have the opportunity for the athletes here at Laredo College. If the athletes want to come here, you know, we can accept them. We can go further. If they need to go home, if they need to go somewhere else, it's gonna be at least 150 miles. Opportunity for local athletes to prepare academically and athletically for transfer to a 4-year institution. High transfer and participation rate to the 4-year level. Opportunity to gain playing and college athletics experience, internship for future employment and community youth engagement, coaches and teachers. Experienced and reputable coaches, athletes want to play for them. Opportunity for local students to compete in front of their hometown crowd, family, and friends. It starts with the coaches. Create and monitor an academic success plan for all student athletes. Distribute and collect progress reports 3 times per semester. Initiate and maintain contact as necessary to create and monitor individual academic plans based on faculty recommendations for success in specific classes. Coordinate and monitor study hours and tutoring assignments with the Learning Center staff. Coordinate peer teammate tutoring. Increase the graduation rate by 2025. Recruiting goals and strategies. Goals: recruit 50% local athletes and increase annually, as we had discussed. Recruit 1 athlete from each Laredo high school. Schedule more home competitions to increase fan engagement, local recruit interest, and visibility. Strategies: attend local high school competition and practices. Maintain established communication with local high school coaches. Host tryout camps and clinics for local athletes. Attend recruiting camps and clinics in the surrounding areas which host local and surrounding area athletes. And before I forget, tomorrow, not going away from the topic, but tomorrow we will be helping out Border Olympics on the tennis here at our facility. They will be using, for the first time since the pandemic, they will be using our facilities, which were resurfaced right before the pandemic, or during the pandemic.
Quick question before you leave.
Yes.
This particular slide. Recruit 1 athlete from each Laredo high school. Why just 1?
in my case, the roster would be too high, because I have the numbers, but we are attempting to go for one. One is just a number. We're saying starting with one, but we're hoping for more.
Because we have 12 high schools.
Correct. Yes, the number one.
But you're not limiting yourself to one.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Correct.
you.
Fundraising goals and strategies. Goals: raise 10,000 per sport annually, conduct one combined sport fundraising event, casino night, community barbecue, identify and secure corporate sponsorships. Strategies: sell fin signs, website, social media, game streaming, advertising, conduct e-fundraising campaigns, establish a Palomino Club, Booster Club, offer camps and clinics, sell athletic merchandise.
Question before you go.
Sorry.
Sorry. Raise 10,000. Are you limiting yourself to 10,000?
No,
Each sport? That's
we're-
just a start.
That's where we're hoping to be, and of course, we're gonna try to go further than that. Community engagement strategies: invite student employees, community members to display skills and participate in events. For me, I'd like to find out who has the fastest serve in Laredo. So my plan is to, before a match, or even just have a tryout and have everyone, whoever wants to come out, have a radar gun out there and see who can serve the fastest. I think everybody would love that. What you like to say?
For us in soccer, it will be same before the games, free kick or penalty. Everybody wants to love it, you know? So it will be interesting.
And for us, it would be the longest home run in Laredo. And, and hopefully we could coordinate it with the media. So, it gets media coverage and they would have bragging rights. So it's more further. So. Bragging.
And I'll just go. Title IX compliance: maintain and monitor compliance using the flexibility of the good faith history and continuing effort to expand opportunities of the underrepresented sex compliance test option. Men's soccer, 25 to 30 male athletes; softball, 20 to 26 female athletes; tennis, 8 male athletes, 10 female athletes. Utilize budgetary adjustments, particularly scholarships, to compensate for participation, opportunity, proportionality, the most difficult to achieve, deficiency inherent in most collegiate athletic programs. I'm open for questions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ramos.
To answer the question that was asked before you started, how many students would be impacted? It's gonna be a total of 74. That, because they made a statement which is impacting a lot for few, and I think that was a statement prior to you beginning the presentation. So it would be 74 students that would we be addressing. It would be the 30, 26, 8, and 10. So in total, the maximum amount that you would be getting, right, of the number of athletes would be 74. So, because I'm going with the 30, 26, 8, and 10.
The numbers could be a little bit higher, could be a little bit lower.
But based on your presentation, I went ahead and added them up, and just to answer the question too, I think somebody had that.
Somebody had the question.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Dr. Barros. How many athletes were we gonna
Yeah,
have?
what we're gonna have, which is 74.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza. That's okay.
If by chance or whatever happens, we don't know yet, but you gotta market your people. Marketing, that's where the money is, that's where the citizens see what the college is doing. I read the paper, and I never see LC. When once in a while, they would show a little picture, a little blip, the high school, they had all 2 pages. There's only a page and a half of sports in Laredo. Correct. That's for everybody to know, page and a half.
Right.
So you need, if you would stay, you need to get into the marketing or better, he knows how to do it, he's been here long enough, he's been some awards. So marketing is a thing in public relations. What you're telling me here, yes, I already know how many athletes were there, I mean, I already know how many, if you play sports, you know how many they're in each team. But the thing is that marketing is what makes even the professionals are not filling up the stadiums. The 4-year colleges are not filling up the stadiums. It's not how many but they're marketing to get them in there. Even though we blame the pandemic, but that has to do a little bit with it. But I think that one of the major areas Laredo College was missing was marketing. You didn't get your fair share of marketing in the sports section or other areas, and we have other newspapers here, Spanish papers. Not everybody reads the Laredo Morning Times. Okay, I mean, that's just a little blip for you guys, that's all.
Any other questions?
I actually miss the conversations we had every Monday when we were playing Dr. Carranza. Every Monday, Dr. Carranza at 8:30 in the morning would call me to the athletics to find out what was happening.
Yeah, I've done check up on that.
Is the presentation done?
It's very difficult.
Is that your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now I do
Thank
have a
you.
question.
You do have a question. Chair recognizes Mr. Longham.
Thank you. First of all, I do want to apologize in open to Dr. Marty said. I got caught up with questions and there was no mean by me wanting to put you on the spot. I do apologize for that. But going to your all's presentation, just like, we've asked staff for so much information and for them to do their legwork and putting everything together. And, because of the whole issue of athletics and every time it comes up, it turns out to be 2 to 3 hours of athletic. So now I'm gonna ask you guys that I guess, I'm not saying, put it on the board, but like for us to make a decision, everything that you're mentioning here sounds remarkable. Why has it never been done? And you said Don Juan, Coach Don Juan, 25 years. And I applaud you because I have heard a lot of great things of your 25 years in Laredo College. But why hasn't none of this stuff ever been done, from the $10,000 to going out there to the campuses of Laredo and grabbing these kids and bringing them on board, making sure they have great GPA, making sure that you're grabbing their I think you said something about you were asked for a progress report every three months or something like that. Why haven't this been done?
Actually, some of these have been done, and I'm proud to say that the last year that we competed, the men's had a 3.8 GPA, which is kind of unheard of for athletics.
Well, I saw the GPAs when everything came back, and some of the GPAs were kind of shocking, that I personally saw. I'm not going to go into detail into certain students, but some GPAs were very, very shocking to be able to even, have them here. But why hasn't none of this stuff been brought up to be able to sustain a great athletic department? Because at the end of the day, everybody knows that even in the high school levels, the college levels, or the NFL or professional level, you will remain as the coach based on your performance of making sure that your team is doing a great job, is, like Dr. Carranza said, promoting the college, promoting out there, going to the high schools, putting the name, of Laredo College. Why hasn't this been done? That's my question.
And this is one of the reasons why I started the presentation the way I started it, because I was putting myself out there to say, since I have accomplished so much, that I was willing to take that right there charge of athletics. I've been in as an assistant before, but being an assistant and being a director are completely different. Now, the door is open for a director's position if we go there. If not, if we don't go into a full-time director, which is, that's fine. But now I'm putting myself in that situation where I have the experience and I'm willing to put that charge in there.
So then what you're trying to tell the board is if there's no director, we're gonna be going through the same path.
No, I'm trying to say is that if I'm staying as an assistant or whatever my title becomes, I'm willing to move forward with my coaches.
Oh, I mean, that's a tough one, because me personally, I feel that if you are very invested and want your program to succeed, I don't think you would need a director or assistant director. You would do everything possible to make sure that your program is successful and you are doing the best for the college and the best for the community. And, you know, I guess it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's just sad to see it, that it had to come to today, which is 2 years, because due to a pandemic, now we're looking at the athletic department and saying, what have you guys done? Where have you guys been? And to blame it on a director or assistant director position, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me personally. I don't know about the board.
No,
but
I'm not blaming it on the director. That's not what I said. I said I would, in my role was my tennis and to assist the director. I can't go above my director. That's kind of like what I was saying.
Well, that's just me.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And just to, from what I'm hearing, I think the perception is that we haven't been doing these things, but many of those, we do those, and they're included, you know, the e-fundraisers and I have the cell phone numbers of every high school coach. One is my neighbor. I mean, we do that. We already do that. So some of those are things that we're doing. And, you know, and yes, there are some improvements that we are making, but these are not brand new ideas. You know, not all of them are brand new ideas. Are things that I've already implemented, quite a few of those. And I do want to mention, and there is always improvements in grades. But I do need to mention that 13 of the softball athletes were missing from that data. So I think we need to really look at that. You know, we certainly can make adjustments, but this is all not brand new. They're not brand new ideas that, hey, we haven't been doing this, let's start. There are a lot, we do the e-fundraising, we already sell, we make fairly decent money selling fence signs and different things like that. So they're not, and I know I may have misunderstood the direction you were taking, but they're not all brand new things that we have not been implementing, so.
Thank you.
I have one more thing.
Chair recognizes Dr. Carranza.
In all fairness to you all three, okay? And I know that we mentioned the high schools and all that, but you as coaches know that all the coaches, you know, they want their best players to go to big schools. Why? Because it gives the school a name. And that's how they recruit the students, and that's how they do it. Now, they don't look at the 2 year that often. They don't look at the 2 year that often because they know that they can help you. You can go in there, except for soccer. You know, soccer is one of the biggest things that's going on, you know. And they know that if they come to LC, the chances of them getting into a 4 year school is pretty good. And or going to one of the Heat or, you know, some other semi-pro team. I keep up with soccer and I keep up with channels if you have channels here too, you know, but the thing is that it is difficult, but you have to get out there and market. That's the only way that's going to be done. And And coaches are already looking, the best players, they're already pushing them. They're not pushing them over here. They're pushing them out. Yeah.
Chair
I mean, no fairness to you. That's what I said.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
I just want to applaud you and recognize all of your hard work, all your dedication, all the flexibility that you all have had for the past 2 years. And I want to thank you for still being here and for fighting for all those student athletes. And I do see that you guys have tried to improve the programs and everything. And I'm glad that we are discussing this now, because from here we can move forward and we can identify any strengths and weaknesses. So I just want to applaud you all for everything that you have done. And I want to just reinforce my support to athletics.
Anything else? Chair recognizes Judge Martinez.
And I know I speak on behalf of all members of this board. We are very proud of your achievements, Coach. No question about it. You actually have given Laredo Junior College, Laredo College, frankly, strong identity in your ability to get your recognition over that 25-year period of which you have actually succeeded in your team actually being able to get on 7 different occasions being #1. And that, of course, in itself has given you that type of recognition. I personally want to not only congratulate you and commend you on it, but the college itself, of course, has strong identity because of you within the program that you have been very successful. Let me also make this observation. I personally feel I myself was very much involved in athletics. I even played semi-pro in basketball. And during the period of time that I was fortunate enough to be a faculty member here, I oversaw the overall athletic programs within our college. Not only touch football, basketball, including soccer, believe it or not, as well as baseball and volleyball. I was very much involved in all of that, and I was fortunate enough to do it without actually being compensated for it, believe it or not. But be that as it may, I do feel that it's unfortunate that due to the coronavirus, okay, many of these athletic programs have actually been placed in a situation that, of course, we never expected. But in spite of all of that, I certainly feel very strongly that regardless of the participation of the people in the community, which sometimes we don't see them, but yet we do need to encourage our students to get involved. And I feel very strongly about that. As I said, I've always been very supportive of the overall programs in sports, and I will continue to be. All right, but sometimes situations are such as what we are going through that does have an impact on our finances. But there's also the possibility of getting sponsors, and a lot of times, many of these sponsors are willing to come through and provide the assistance that otherwise it would not be unless they're properly approached. It's just an observation. Thank you
for those kind words.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
I'm just curious, Coach Ibarra, because we have heard from Coach Toman and Coach Jensen. Is there anything that you wish to express?
Just regarding your question, Mr. Angel, I'm going to talk about the soccer program. The soccer program was established in 2014, and since then we have been making to the playoffs every single year. Our record is 56 wins, 26 losses, and 3 ties, which is around 70% of efficiency. And we maintain the 40 in every single year of roster, which is about around 30 athletes. We maintain the 40, between the 40 and 50% of local athletes from here from Laredo. And or GPA or team or overall GPA always was above 3.0. And I don't know if you can check the numbers and on the fundraising side, we left around $30,000 in the agency of soccer. So we have been doing our job as well.
And just, if I may.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos and then Mr. Rangel.
You want to talk?
Yeah, I do just want to say real quick, I do know that I have heard a lot that you, sir, have fundraised a lot. I have heard that a lot. So I do want to give you credit. You are right. Because I have heard from several community members that you do a really good job on fundraising. I
And
don't
we also
know
have
that.
been ranked up in the top 15 in the nation in every single year as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
Ms. Ramos?
I don't think the question is whether we are questioning you on your achievements, because the achievements are there. Can you do this? Yes. But it's just like a personal purse. If you don't have the money, where will you get it if it needs to go to pay the most important things, which is maybe the month's bills, or in this case, we're talking about other programs. Much is going to be affected, but we also have to consider, and the board needs to consider this, is that if we decide on something today, we're going to have to decide on it again when the next budget comes around. So the students that if we decide to go for it and say, yes, go ahead and do the program and everything, we're gonna have to revisit this again when the budget comes in again, not for this year, but for the following year. And these students deserve 2 years. They deserve 2 years, because no one is going to sign up for athletics knowing that the following year it could go away. And what are we depending on, right? We're depending on, does the program work? We're depending on finances, we're depending on students. I mean, there's a lot of factors that are coming into play, right? But I think we need to understand and we need to recognize the fact that even if we do decide to go with it, it's going to be revisited again every single year. This conversation is going to happen. And is it going to carry on for 3 or 4 months before we make a decision? Because you're the ones that are like in limbo, right? And so the students that Coach Ibarra recruits, the Coach Lansford and Coach Don Juan, they deserve that. If they're going to come and play here, they deserve 2 years. And we cannot make that commitment. So we need to be very careful. I mean, I applaud you, and I told you yesterday, I thought you met all of the criteria that we set forth before we started. But that's not the question. The question is, where are we going to get the money from, you know? And then, Coach Don Juan, you mentioned also at the very beginning of your presentation, part-time coaches, and then you alluded to maybe a director or an assistant director and so forth. I just see dollar signs coming up, you know what I mean? So maybe rethinking some of the ideas that you presented, and maybe affording yourselves as working together to carry out for maybe the first year if the board votes to continue. I'm just giving you some ideas, you know, some food for thought, so.
Anything else? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the presentation.
Thank you, board members, for hearing us out. Thank you.
Yes,
Administration.
definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
Madam Chair, motion to go into executive session.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second? So I have a second by Dr. Carranza. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes, Chair recognizes Mr. Muir.
You need to read the item out so that the public knows what item that we are going into executive session to discuss.
And I was gonna read
Okay.
it. You beat me to it. So at this time, I am going to, the time is now 8:05, and the board will adjourn into executive session for item 9C, discuss the analysis of relevant issues pertaining to some of the athletics programs and approve a proposal for the implementation of Laredo College Athletics Program, including a possible reorganization, possible closed session discussion pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.074. So we will discuss the item in executive session. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
Yes, we did vote and everybody was in favor. Thank you.
Yes.
We'll be back.
I move that we approve 9D to 10K. Yes, you can. And when the second bit goes, okay.
It is 9:16. We are back from executive session. No action was taken. So we have 9C. Oh, okay, sorry. Technical difficulties, sorry. We're waiting for him. No. No. There he is. Okay. So we reconvened from closed session. The time is 9:18 PM. And the board took no action in executive session. Will take appropriate action on items if necessary to discuss in closed session. So the item is 9C, discuss the analysis of relevant issues pertaining to some of the athletics programs and approve a proposal for the implementation of Laredo College athletics program, including a possible reorganization. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
After-
I call Ms. Elizondo.
thank you. After further review and consideration, I want to thank everyone that has been involved in this process. Thank you for providing us with that data, and I want to thank the coaches as well. At this time, and just to go through the formality of the process, I want to stand and reaffirm my solidarity to the athletics program. I know that at this time, the reinstating for all of the programs, it's very ambitious at this time. Nonetheless, it is my duty and my responsibility to stand by my word, and I want to make a motion to adopt administration plan and reinstate athletics.
So I have a motion. I have a second by Dr. Carranza. Any discussion? All in favor? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have four against. So we have 5 against. Motion doesn't pass. Do I have any other motion on it? I'm sorry? Okay. So motion doesn't pass. Mr. Mira, we continue?
You can continue. I'm not sure if the board would like some additional information from the administration or not, but that's up to you. If not, then this item, I think action, or rather, no action has been taken on this item.
Matt,
Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
I guess I'll make a motion then to instruct staff to come back with a next month with a maybe new proposal for this item. That'll be my motion.
So I have a
Based on what was discussed in executive session, and that'll be my motion to instruct staff to come
So I
back.
have a motion by Mr. Rangel. I have a second by Mr. Delgado. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Please, may I just make a note real quick before we vote?
Discussion, okay.
Yeah, just remember the NJCAA is expecting a call from, or an answer from Laredo College to be able to put us on the calendar for certain sports. So just make that as a note that we might not be able to comply on certain sports because the item did not pass today.
So I have a motion by
Dr.
Mr.
Tijerina?
Recognizing Dr. Tejeda.
Dr. Tijerina, for the record, that is correct. They were expecting an email either today or tomorrow morning. So by this motion of not being able to move forward with the implementation plan, that basically prevents us from committing to the fall
Which
schedule.
means we might possibly be placed on probation, correct?
There's no probation.
There's no probation.
No, just participation.
Just participation, okay. I just wanted to put that on record that we're not gonna be able to participate. Thank you, madam. Call for
Okay,
the
so I
question.
had a motion, I had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry? Can I see your hands? Make sure I have. Redirect it, send it back to administration. So I had 1, 2, 3.
Me too.
Okay, so everybody was in favor.
Madam Chair.
Anybody against? No, so motion passed.
Just for the
Chair
record.
recognizes Ms. Elizondo.
Thank you. Just for the record, I want to reinstate this to administrations made based on December 7th discussion and motion. It is to, the implementation plan is the idea to bring some of the athletic programs back. So I want to see on that implementation plan that an actual physical sport is coming to our college, that is reinstated. In accordance to that motion that was taken in December 7th. No, I mean,
She just made a statement.
Yes, just for the
She's just
record.
making a statement for the record. Is that okay, Mr. Muir? I mean, we had already taken the vote.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so I'm gonna continue. 9D is recommendation on facility master plan phase 3, additional possible projects. Mr. Cesar Vela and Mr. Homer Pines.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Thank you. This was discussed in the building meeting, and the building went ahead and got enough information for it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Rangel, I have a second by Judge Martinez. Any discussion? Bless you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Great.
That
was fast.
Oh, wait.
That was fast.
The next one Yeah, I guess the next one is you again. So approval to assign the P14 project to the facilities master plan, phase 2, construction manager at risk. Mr. Cesar Vela and Mr. Orlando Cepeda.
Madam Chair, if I may?
I recognize Mr. Rangel.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item. This was discussed also in building meeting.
So I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Elizondo. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, gentlemen. Thank you.
One more.
9F, approval of the guaranteed maximum price, GE Max, of the Raquel Gonzalez Automotive Technology Center Diesel Shop Expansion Project. Mr. Cesar Vela.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
I would like to make a motion to defer this item. It was discussed also in the building meeting for next month. That's my motion.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second by Ms. Ramos and Mr. Delgado. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
9G, approval of budgeted budgeted cash matching funds required for the U.S. Small Business Administration Women's Business Center Minority Serving Institution Grant Application. Dr. Nora Argasa.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
Madam Chair, as this was also discussed in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, I motion to approve.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Delgado, I have a second by Mr. Rangel. Any discussion?
No.
None heard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Pompa. I think one more, okay, you're
Two
here.
more. She said that's one more.
9H is ratification of donor requested endowment and regular scholarship matching funds, Ms. Sara A. Pompa.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Discussed it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
as this was discussed in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, I motion to approve.
Second.
And I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. Rangel. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 9I, approval of donor requested endowment and regular scholarship matching funds, Ms. Sara A. Pompa.
Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Delgado.
I apologize. As discussed in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, I motion to approve.
Second.
So I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. Delgado, I'm sorry, Mr. Rangel. All in, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
9J is TASB Board Policy Update 42, review updated legal policies and act on local policies, see list below. Dr. David Vieira Sola. Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos.
I give your, thank you, Dr. Rivera. This was presented in the Program and Policy Committee meeting, and I make motion to adopt the TASB Board Policy Update 42.
So I have a motion and I have a second by Ms. Mares. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 9K, approve modifications to Laredo College Board policies. Dr. Marisela Rodriguez Liedina. Oh, Chair recognizes Mrs. Ramos, I'm sorry.
If there is, we spoke about it at the meeting, right, also as well. So if, I would like to make a motion to approve the modifications to Laredo College Board policies. It's 9K1, 9K2, 9K3, and it includes DJ local, DMAA local, and DMAB local.
Second that.
So I have a motion and I have a second by Ms. Mares. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 9L, approve modifications to Laredo College Board Policy BBH local, board members, conventions, conferences, and workshops. Ms. Jackie Levin Ramos.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer this item to the next month's meeting as well.
So I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Mares. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to defer. Informational items, 10A is update on Student Success Committee. Ms. Cynthia Mares.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. We had our meeting a couple of months ago, it seems like, but it was a very productive and informative meeting. Presentations were made by staff. We had started our meeting with the objective of focusing on a couple of our goals from our strategic plan and our student success, goals 1 and 2 specifically. And the presentations done by Ms. Andrea Lopez and Dr. Rodriguez, Elizabeth Rodriguez, and Ms. Sandra Cortez. I think we were impressed with the data that was given to us, letting us know that we're right on target in a lot of these goals already. And they just exposed to us, every single aspect of their strategies and the day-to-day that they're doing to ensure student success. So it was a very, very well organized meeting and very impressive. We're going to meet, as we said, in 3 months. And the next strategies and we're going to be dealing with and goals is going to be setting strategic direction for change post-COVID, working on the guided pathways to increase enrollment, monitor what matters most. And a very important factor that was brought up time and again was what are we doing for students that are dealing with mental health issues during these post-COVID times. So we'll bring back another report to you all, but I want to commend the staff and administration for the good work that they're doing already in all these components. And so we'll keep you posted. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Ms. Mares.
Thank you.
Good job,
Any
ma'am.
questions on it? Okay, so I'm gonna move to the next item is 10B, enrollment update, Ms. Andrea Lopez.
Thirty-first is our next meeting. What's happening March 30th?
Hello, good evening, members of the board, LC administration, and board meeting attendees. For the record, my name is Andrea Lopez, and I am the Associate Dean of Enrollment Management and Student Success. And I will be presenting a very brief enrollment update. So just as I had presented last board meeting, our numbers really haven't changed since then. So in terms of regular head count, dual credit head count, and even our winter semester head count, we have had an increase. However, it is important to note that what we really should be focused on is the semester credit hours and the contact hours, because that's where we generate revenue. And so if you look at that, we do have an increase, but it is 1.7% as compared to last spring semester. And for our contact hours, we have a 4% increase as compared to last spring of 2021. I also wanted to share what our course enrollment looks like. So in the academic areas, as you can, the disciplines that are in blue, those are our top 5 disciplines that have the most course enrollment for this semester. And so that includes social behavioral sciences, English, science, mathematics, and kinesiology. And when you look at the number of sections that we offer and you consider that these are core courses, it's easy to see why our course enrollment is high. And then we have our workforce and technical course enrollment. So again, the top 5 or the highest enrollment is in blue. And so we have our computer information systems, electronics program, allied health, business and management, protective services, and industrial trades. And then also, when we look at enrollment by mode, currently, the majority of our enrollment is face-to-face. And then followed by online and then hybrid. And for spring of 2021, we did have to transition our courses to online, which is why we have a higher, 91% of our courses are online. But again, that was the onset of the pandemic. So, you know, we do continue to have a higher enrollment in face-to-face course offerings. We are also closing out our second quarter for continuing education. I believe the quarter will end on Monday. And we are preparing and gearing up for our third quarter. And so as I had presented last board meeting, we do have an increase in headcount for our continuing education programs. And the highest enrollment is in criminal justice, computer information systems, occupational safety and hazard technology, accounting, and child development. And I do want to provide the board with an update. We had a very successful turnout on the financial aid drive that we hosted on February 12th. And then I included some pictures there from the event. We had just a little over 40 students who came by, and we were able to assist them with the financial aid application, either getting them started or having them complete. And I also want to say thank you to all of the different programs and services that participated, because as students were completing their financial aid application, they were also able to meet, as you can tell there, as you can see, our continuing education staff members who were able to talk to them about the different programs that they have available. We had representation from our academic and our technical programs. And so we thought that was a really good success, and I just want to thank
everybody who participated. I also want to announce, this is something I'm very excited about. We will be kicking off a transfer week next week, beginning on Monday. And this is the first of its kind since I've been in this position, and even when I was the former director of student success. And so we're very excited. I know that Dr. Lee introduced the 2 new employees that we have recently hired, Ms. Fabiola Rodriguez, our career coordinator, and Mr. Jorge Dimas, our transfer coordinator. I need to mention that they started 3 weeks ago. And in those 3 weeks, we've been meeting and we already have events scheduled. And so I just want to say thank you to our administration for entrusting me and the team, and for believing in us to make these small changes that are yielding big results. And so I'm just very thankful and I'm excited. We are going to have 2 workshops that we will offer to our students. One that is going to focus on what the steps they need to take to prepare themselves for transfer. And then also one that is going to talk about financing, right? How do they make themselves good candidates for scholarships? And so we're very excited to be hosting these workshops, and I did include the flyer there. There is a QR code. I will share the presentation. We also have flyers, and so I encourage you to please share that information with students so that they know to attend. As it stands, I believe we have a little over 70 students who have already committed to attending these workshops. We also scheduled meetings with some of our university partners, and so they will be hosting information sessions for our students all of next week. And so we will have representation from A&M Corpus Christi, UT Austin, A&M College Station, Incarnate Word, Our Lady of the Lake, Texas A&M San Antonio. And so we're just very grateful to everybody who's made this a reality, and we're very excited because this is just the beginning. And so please spread the word. We're very excited, and I look forward to coming back next month and sharing the results of these events.
Was UTSA asked to come join us?
I believe so, but again, this we only had 3 weeks, and so
Oh,
these
okay.
were for the time frame that we gave them, the timeline. These were the schools that were able to commit.
Oh, okay.
And so this is the first of many, but we certainly will be reaching out and expanding our network.
Great job, Ms.
Any
Lopez.
questions?
Excellent.
Very good. Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Congratulations. Keep it up. The next item is 10C, advertising survey results. Mr. Obed Guerrero.
Good evening, members of the board, administration, and also family. Obed Guerrero for the record. I have a brief presentation on some results from the advertising survey that we conduct. We conduct 2 surveys a year to measure the effectiveness of our marketing campaigns. And here are some results. I'll be very, very brief. We received 344 answers. And these are the ages that we got responses from. Mainly females responded to our survey. mainly students, responding to the survey. The second group was former students. The city pool we got most participation from, it was 78046, which is South Laredo. We asked a question to determine the effectiveness of the campaign. When was the last time you saw or heard Laredo College commercial advertising? Most of the student of the survey population said today. Of course, this taking into consideration that the survey was conducted between December and January, where we were promoting winter, semester, and spring. So this is a clear reflection of the effectiveness of the campaign and the frequency that we have. 90% of the survey population has seen LC advertising in a time frame of 1 week. The Laredo College advertising efforts are effective. The response from the survey population was very, very positive. Most of them mentioned very effective. And if we combine very effective and effective, 92% of the survey population has a positive perception on LC's advertising. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never disappoints, Mr. Obey.
Next item is 10D, recruitment update, Dr. Diane Ortiz.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Laredo College President, Dr. Tijerina, members of the Laredo College leadership, staff, and community members. My name is Dr. Diane Ortiz, and I'm the Associate Dean of Strategic Recruitment. And by my side is Dean Heriberto Hernandez. Today, I'm going to share with you a little bit of information. I'm going to try to go extremely fast, but there's some amazing pictures and information that's here that will showcase what we've been doing with the community and the workforce team that has been part of some of these events. Before I get into that, I just want to share that from September to today, we have had 40 events. We have seen in person 4,001 students, 52 administrators, 250 plus parents, and 100 community members. And this is a result of a lot of departments coming together to provide recruitment and promoting Laredo College as a big community. When you look at the students that have been admitted and already applied for the fall of 2022, if you look as of November 11, and this is based on the strategic, the recruitment report that Laredo College produces, we had 939 students in November, and as of 2/21/2022, we had 1,780 students that have already admitted and been applied and been admitted. Now, they have not enrolled yet, nor have they registered, which is the next step, but we definitely are creating awareness by front loading our efforts in advance. From November till now, we had an increase of 841 students. And this is not all the students, because I did not include the schools that we have not gone to, like Gateway and San Agustin, because of the pandemic, different, so I included the schools that we have actually marketed to in these numbers. This is the same thing repeated. I just want to touch base on the financial aid drives that, thank you, Andrea and the financial aid team. All the drives that we started since October and now in February resulted in 337 on the far left, actual financial aid applications that were completed during our events. And then if you look at the total number of October applications, it was 675. And through December, completed financial aid applications were 925.
So when you look at the number of students we saw, there was a 43% capture rate in the number of students we saw in October, and a 23% completion rate for students completing their financial aid, assisting the high schools in the HB3 mandate that they have. This could not have happened alone. There's 3 people on my staff, and there's 14 or 12 from financial aid that we were partnering in every day going in October, and now we're doing that in February, including the application drive that Andrea spoke about. So all those students, if they qualify for the maximum benefit of $6,000, it would translate to $5 million in contribution to the Laredo College family. So here are the pictures that we get started. This is just stating that we are reaching out to the college prep classes, going to Bruni as well and to the surrounding areas. We're also doing things with the community. We teamed up with the Workforce Solutions in the Red, White, and New Veterans event. And as you could see, I'm sorry, on the bottom left, this was us working with the continuing ed department, showcasing the programs they have. This is where Eddie Berto's team comes in, and they were very, very instrumental in the workforce and community events that we had. And as you could see, we had the workforce programs, continuing ed, donor relations, and the LBB scholarship division, and LEAPS, and of course our recruiters. And if you look, this is the reason why I wanted Eddie Beto right next to me, because as you look, his teams have been really, really marketing to the students of our community. Homeland Security, Business Management, Computer Technology, the continuing ed team, Industrial Technology, Transportation Technology, and Child Development and Culinary Arts. And as you look, I would have loved to have kept all the pictures up there, but these, I know we can't, but these pictures just really do showcase the interest that the kids are being exposed to at all levels of what Laredo College is offering. This is my strategic recruitment team, our strategic recruitment team actually communicating with the different students, and then partnering up with Workforce Solutions, with the Marines, with US Customs, with the firefighters, to try to show the pipeline and the connections to employment if they get some of these certifications, if they get academically prepared and end up in an employment position. Aside from that, we also believe that it's really important to transition, understanding the special populations that exist in our communities. So we partnered with LBJ and tapped into their special populations. Their parents did come in. We did a regular presentation, but we showcased the special services and counseling team, Ms. Adriana Craddock and Mary Sosa. So they got to talk to the students and their parents about the programs. And if you look at the bottom right, you see where these students, including their parents, were very interested in what was made available. And then we're working with adult ed, promoting their programs through LISD. This was a Zoom event. We have several of them coming up where we showcase the college and the adult ed programs. We're promoting the engineering programs that we have. Mr. Lee, Dr. Lee, ended up with the UISD Project Hope McKinney-Vento, promoting his programs to families and students that will have barriers and might be homeless. And we didn't feel that that was a reason why they shouldn't learn about the awesome engineering programs we had. And he agreed to join us at this event. And again, going out to Harmony, getting, as you could see, a lot of students interested in the college. And in the very end, we did do a mid-year evaluation on the far right. Those are the events that people were participated in. On the far left, you could see that we had administrators, federal program CTE directors, counselors, librarians, parent liaisons, special ed, all complete this survey. And some of the responses were very, very pleasing to the team. So I want you to know that we're here to try to learn and get better and grow.
And we couldn't have done it without, the team, Heriberto's team, Andrea Lopez and her team. And I just want you to know that I feel very, very proud that we're able to showcase not just the top 20% of the students that we're actually trying to tap into. We are showcasing all the programs that exist here at Laredo College. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Congratulations.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Excellent.
Any questions?
No.
No. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next item is 10E, Health and Safety Operations Center update. Dr. David Adesola.
Hello again, David Adesola, Interim Provost Vice President for Academic Affairs. I'll make this really quick. But I did want to provide the board an update on an action that was taken by this board in October. All right, so in October of 2021, the board approved the reopening of Camilo Prada Child Development Center and the transfer of the staff back to the center beginning February 1st, right? We spelled out a plan for reopening the center. It was always contingent upon what was happening with COVID. And just to give the board an idea of what did happen with COVID at Laredo College over the last, since we made that decision, you can see this makes it very clear. So this is a cumulative count of the COVID cases on campus, right? So as of August 21st, for example, we had 75. That's not 75 in August, that's 75 since we started counting, right? So there was 2 new cases from August to September. There was 2 new cases from September to October. That's when the board made, and the administration made the recommendation to send back the staff to Camilo Prada. There was 0 cases from November to December, and then Omicron, right? 30 cases from December to January, just amongst employees, and then over 100 cases in the month of January for employees. And students also tripled from 149 in January of 2022 to 483 students with COVID either on campus or that reported to us, right? So the staff that was supposed to be sent back to Camilo Prada on February 1st was busy handling these cases. In fact, in the next table here, you see how many calls we received in the month of January.
Wow.
And how many we were receiving through different modes, so calls, emails, text, over 6,000, close to 6,000 calls, emails, and texts. People needing guidance, people needing testing. Testing was very hard to find. But, what do we do? I'm pretty sick. What do I do? I've been exposed, and sending them out and getting them help. And so you see, we weren't able to send the staff back to Camilo Prada at that time. So we have a new plan, and that is to move them back in April. Right now, we're back down to about 2 employees who are tested positive, about 17 students who are confirmed positive. So we're back down to a place where we feel comfortable making a plan to send them back. And we're planning to do that April 1st to reopen the center at 50% capacity in the summer, right? Now, the only other thing I wanted to talk about here is to update the board on the city water issue. We are, as you know, the city's having a big water issue, and it is affecting our South Campus. Our South Campus was closed this week due to the water issue, not what you might think. We have enough water to flush the toilets, to wash our hands, and we have portable restrooms out there for everybody. But the slow water pressure was affecting our HVAC system out there. So the rate at which the water was evaporating from the system was greater than the water that was coming in. So we had to make sure that we didn't damage any of our equipment, we had to shut down the campus for a little bit. The plan right now is to reopen them on Monday, but we'll see what happens over the weekend. Now, in the meantime, we are helping the city out with potable water distribution. So we've been doing that all week, thanks to the help of the campus police officers are back there. But our campus police officers are helping out, at least with the traffic there. The city's handling all the manpower for the actual distribution. We'll be having some bottled water distribution that the city is supposed to be doing. Actually, they were supposed to start tonight, but I got word that they didn't. We're helping the city with the Border Olympics. The tennis tournaments that were supposed to happen at the Heights tennis courts and at some of the high schools, because there's no water there, are now going to take place here on our campus. So we're helping them out with that. And then the other thing that we're doing is for our own employees, we've opened up the showers at the LEAC and at the sports complex, so if they have having issues with water and haven't been able to get good enough water to take a shower, we've allowed them to come in starting today. They can come in tomorrow and over the weekend they can reserve time to come in and use the showers to bathe.
That's nice. That's a nice thing. I was gonna-
Very nice.
Yeah. Thank you. That's great news.
That's the end of my
Thank you.
Great job, sir. Keep up the good
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Happy
it.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
He's still here. Don't worry, happy birthday.
Next item is 10F, Plan of Action for Audit Findings. Mr. Cesar Mella.
Yes, Cesar Vela, VP of Finance for the record. The board received a copy of the plan of action for the audit for your review. We did go over it, the plan in detail at the Finance and Audit Committee. If the board has any questions,
Madam
I
Chair,
know
if I
that
may.
we have.
Alright.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Thank you. I just want to go ahead and commend Mr. Vela on the plan of action on the 4 findings that they found. They went ahead and went into huge detail in the finance committee meeting. And I think they have a great plan of action on the four items that they found. So I just want to commend you, Mr. Vela, for the good work.
Yes, thank you. And if I may, I would actually want to thank the team that's actually working on the plan. Obviously, we do have a team and some of the folks are here. We have Mr. Chavez that's assisting us, Ms. Cardenas and her staff from the HR office, Ms. Gomez from the accounting office, and also Ms. Aguilar from the payroll office that will be working on implementing some of the recommendations from the auditors. Just real quickly, I know on the last item here, out of the 4 findings, we have already addressed one of them, has been completed. The auditors received the documentation, they're okay with it. The other 3, we're gonna be working on those, and we should have everything finalized and completed for by the end of this fiscal year to present to the auditors, because they'll be following up on this plan.
Perfect.
Great job.
Good, great job. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it.
Now we go back to.
Next item is executive session, 11A, closed session discussion with the college president pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 regarding the employment, reassignment, and duties of certain employees due to a reorganization.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rangel.
Yes, Madam Chair, based on what, the action that was taken on item 9C, I want to go ahead and defer this item for the next meeting.
Okay, so I have a motion, do I have a second?
Which one?
Ms. Ramos, seconds, 11A.
So we're not gonna go in there?
11A.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
So I have a motion, I have a second, any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Number 12, a discussion of possible action, since 11A got deferred. There is no action.
Do we need to defer this one?
Do we need to defer it, Mr. Muir? Number 12? That's when we would come back from executive session.
Yeah, let me look at number 12. If you're not going into executive session.
We deferred it.
Yeah, then you don't have to take any action on item 12.
So no action. I don't need a
You can
motion or
defer that
anything.
as well. You can defer that one as well.
But do I need an action, a motion to defer?
So
That would
moved,
be
Madam
best.
Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Okay,
that would be best.
so I have a motion by Judge Martinez and I have a second by Mr. Rangel. Any discussion? None heard, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It's been deferred.
Okay.
President's reports.
Marisol Tijerina, I have 30 pages to review with y'all.
Ah!
They're in your packets. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tijerina. Next meeting date is Thursday, March 31st at 6 p.m. It's a regular Board of Trustees meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Ramos, second by Judge Martinez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
I
Meeting
oppose.
adjourned.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Good night.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry we were late.
Thank you. Good night.